Hi, it's me. And did I just forget to include a thumbnail for this live stream? One moment. I might as well just edit the metadata while I'm at it. Explore gaming project Zomboid Death Legion. And it's gaming Zomboid save. Well, hi, it's me again, back with another Zomboid stream. And I'm taking a break from mindless demolition. There's also not much daylight remaining in game. It's 5:20 p.m. It's gonna get dark really soon. So rather than just smashing the wood tiles in the dark, I guess it'll be at least a bit more interesting for me if I can just get myself prepared for the final rose solution. The final what? The final rosewood lution. Yeah, I know it. Trying to say that can be a bit handful. Well, let's see if there are new players joining the server today. For now, I guess it's only just 3 players online on the server. Yeah, let me just switch back on my minimap. I disabled it to take a screenshot. Finally, I see the road. So besides driving this black Masterson Horizon, I'm actually looking for 3 other black vehicles. They will form the set piece for whatever I plan to do in the future. In my next stream, okay, black cars, but I guess they are not what I'm looking for. Okay, I guess the highway between West Point, Mordra, and Valley Station needs a bit of cleaning, and somebody has already beat me to it. Seems they took some of the wooden logs here as well. Good time for me to restock. I was thinking of how to clear my inventory. Too much junk, and I need all this junk to go somewhere. The junk needs to be disposed, and I think deleting the items simply like that is a bit of a waste. A black van. I think I can possibly use this. Uh, let's see. I guess I'll choose the performance car variant, the dash unit. It's hot wired. All it needs is just a better battery, which I'm going to be giving it. Maybe repair the gas tank as well. And now this car has been requisitioned. Requisition. I'm probably not pronouncing the word correctly. Requisition. Toll. Headlights. And we are off. Off to Rosewood. Welcome to Dixie. And traveling on this highway through Moldrov will arrive you at Rosewood. But I'm not planning to go through the town of Moldrov and its row of zombies. So I'll be making use of the Death Legion special highway connecting Moldrov, West Point, and parts of the rural area. This will still get me to Rosewood, except that I'm taking the more scenic route. Yes, the scenic route involves me driving along 2 rows of thick forest. But the number one reason the number one reason for taking this route is that it is relatively zombie free. You won't have to look out for zombies while traveling the highway through Moldrop and then subsequently Rosewood. And at the same time, I can also show you this semi-man-made highway. This will be the highway dark mode compared to the highway light mode. Feels like the road can go on forever, but we are almost back on the other side. Okay, maybe not yet. But we should be arriving at Rosewood Highway pretty soon, in just a few seconds. We should have traversed the entire length of Moldra by now. Okay, guess someone abandoned their police car, the taxi car. I wonder if those are vehicles spawned by the game or vehicles driven there by players. Oof. So as a tourist visiting Rosewood, will I now get to see the annoying sky bridge above the highway? Will I be blocked off from access for most of the areas? It's time for me to do a quality assurance check on what I have done so far for the town. Oh, didn't hear you on the chat. Welcome back to the stream, Sloan. In this stream, I'm just doing some preparation work for the concluding episode of the Rose solution. The Rose solution, I think. What do you think Project Zomboid would look like if it was set in Singapore? It would look pretty much like Louisville in Build 42. A world of multiple high-rise buildings with residential and commercial usage. A small light industrial area by the fringe, just like what you are already seeing in Louisville. And plenty of bus interchanges, MRT stations, and whatnot. You probably won't see just a two-floor commercial and residential. It will be a lot more higher than this. Shophouses in Singapore would on average have 3 to 4 floors, so it will be higher than this. similar to what you are already seeing as part of the former Hanging Gardens of Rosewood. Okay, this car goes here to provide lighting in the night. And I will be needing 3 more cars probably from shining their headlights from all cardinal points around the current house. And that's the entire reason for me driving black cars. Ouch. Wasn't paying attention. Didn't realize the traffic light. And the better the condition of the headlights, the brighter the light will shine. Let me just intrude on the driveway of building number 2 for now. Okay, so the lights here from... not from this car. Might have to reorientate this. One, two, three, and one more car shining from this direction to make it 4. Would there be other black cars in the vicinity? If so, then I won't have to drive too far away. I guess a black Chevalier Nyala would do the trick as well. No squatters! Go away! Alright, so these are the 4 black cars. I don't want to feel like I'm obstructing traffic. So I guess this should be... got the cars off the road. Please read takers of guns. Second person here. You are very greedy. Why take so much? Alright, here's a question. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 zombies that look identical to each other. What are the chances of these zombies being illegally spawned? Well, 10 is a very small number, but 600 for the town of Rosewood is a bit too much. We have some illegal zombie spawns around here. Let me take the opportunity to check how's the zombies being distributed. Hacking a lot. No, this is not supposed to happen in the town of Rosewood. It's supposed to be idyllic, easy going, and not a fight for your life. Yeah, 600 plus for the southern part of Rosewood is a bit too much. It's definitely a fight or flight. No, no, no. Uh, a beginner spawning into the town of Rosewood shouldn't be facing against this horde. $193. Authorized $192. I've removed about 170 zombies. Okay, so I've cut the zombie count down to size. The rest of the 32 zombies around me can redistribute their cells to a lower density of the map chunk. Okay, the shelves that spawn fire axes are still there. Duffel bag 4. It's a good opportunity for me to dispose of my excess duffel bags in the inventory. There. Huh? Looks like I have an empty metal crate. Time to put more firearms there. Weapon. Alright. And although not a black car, it's just about what I wanted. A car that has the light bar for hot wire. Light bar. Alarm. Nope. Light bar. Okay, I guess this is what I wanted. Yeah, this road is a bit tight to maneuver. Now to check if this position is good enough. It's not as fantastic as every car in the vicinity having the light bar, but I guess it should be sufficient enough to be a distraction. Okay, looks about correct, except that okay, these are the headlights, lights from the headlight, lights from the headlight. This part is uncovered. Might need to get another car as part of the set piece. Any cars newly spawned around me? One, two. More cars and a black bull driver. Just what I wanted. Someone picked up trash and made a trash line that leads to the fire station. And what's a battery doing in the middle of the road? Right, Lord. Right, Lord. Yes, this is a gated neighborhood. Everyone who used to live here was once an active player of sorts. How about now? Will this be enough lighting? Okay, bright enough. This should provide adequate illumination to whatever I feel like doing. And since I'm aware that there are not many players still being active in Rosewood, I can afford to just leave these cars lying around. The chance of them being stolen would be relatively low, unless I'm proven wrong by new players joining the server later on in the night. Let's see. The time now is 9:10 in-game, 10:30 a.m. Singapore time, and I guess it's 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Western Pacific. Right, and now on to my other tasks. So while waiting for the night to be populated with people, I was thinking of getting a costume change for the skit. Okay, I guess this is the closest I can zoom in. Every time I come here, I feel disgusted. So many items on the floor. And I guess these school bags are signs of new players discovering the place and ransacking the items for what they are worth. Oops. Is that not supposed to be a wooden pillar? No, not a wooden pillar. Oh, never mind. Okay, and now one moment while I resize the inventory windows. Well, if I even ever need anything, I'll just give myself um, okay. I wouldn't need this. I will have to trade my army baseball cap for something else. If it, okay, wouldn't need the hockey mask. Wouldn't need the fanny pack as well. No, no, no. Let me put on some clothes first before I continue changing. Welcome to the welcome to the stream, Koroyonia. Army code. Alright, let's wear the army code first. Yeesh. Okay, it looks better. None of that post-apocalyptic feel. Pick army cap. I should be getting. Would white pants fit the occasion? Usually pants will be dark colors. Army pants, ghillie suit pants, regular pants, ranger pants, Santa suit pants. Let's try the Santa suit pants, although I know it's going to be awkward. Santa suit pants. It's too red. Inappropriate. Alright, let's try the army pants then. Okay, the color is a match. Army coat, army pants, black leather gloves. Pretty sure the black leather gloves were motorcycle gloves rather than army gloves. If I were to substitute it with the long gloves, it would cover up the hands. Okay, so I guess I'll have to choose to wear the long gloves, even though the long gloves were initially made for female dresses. And now for some eyewear, aviator glasses. About it, might have to cut my hair. And it's irreversible. Ouch. Ouch, my hair. I'll just have to wait for my hair to grow back. But in the meantime, it should be good enough. So all that's left is to remove the screwdriver from my belt. Equip appropriate weaponry. I don't know, man. Looks more like a police officer than a #1 uniform. Ah, hey, welcome back. Looks like the gang is back. And it's been close to 1 hour since the start of the stream. 10:30 at night. And in the darkness, thank you for watching. Subscribe, click the notification button to be informed of future content. And I hope you found this stream to be satisfactory so far. See you in the next video. And now I continue my gameplay dressed in this cosplay. So Kev, which of these names you don't recognize? Uh, well, Kev has been a regular player on the B41 server for these recent days. Well, any player names unfamiliar to you? So in any case you're wondering, I'm leaving the cleanup of this particular house for the next stream. So for the time being, I will just be playing regular, normally as a moderator of the server. Now, what should I do in the dark? Is there anything even meaningful to be done? Perhaps I'll just take a drive. Let's travel to I'm already at Rosewood. Let's travel to Riverside. Do I have enough ammunition? 500 rounds. I guess that should be enough to take care of any zombies blocking my way. Yeah, I also take the opportunity to offload some of my inventory to other places. A key! Too bad for you, future player. I've commandeered this car for myself. And it doesn't return to Rosewood. Too bad. A taxi with a key. Spawn. If your base should be relatively untouched, but if there's anything you like to resupply, just let me know. If I'm not smashing wood tiles in the dark, I'm driving in the dark. Equally boring, but at least it's slightly better than watching paint dry. We'll go to Riverside first, and then when there's time, let me show you the outer worlds. I won't have to be afraid of head-on collisions since it's only just me along this corner of the map. Ah, here. What's this car doing over here? It's a banged up car, hot wired, but nothing inside. Remove. Ouch. Teleport. I claimed one and left at Koyo's. It's Recon's car. Car has been claimed. Car has been unclaimed.
It's this one over here. The red one. And I guess it's Recon's.
Whoops. Whoops.
Also a nice outfit.
Car has been unclaimed.
Also, I'm not sure if I want help claiming this or not because Silex said he might help me get my
Okay, back to my drive towards Riverside. Remove marking. Alright, I've rediscovered the Great Riverside Highway. This highway connects Riverside to Rosewood and Moldrop. In order to stop the grass from growing on the gravel, you would have to first lay down wooden floors and then pour gravel on top of it. If you were just to simply overlay the grass patch with gravel, sooner or later grass will be growing on top of it. What's this supposed to be? It is supposed to be an invisible tree. And now that the tree is gone, the logs can be gone as well. I forgot the highway stops here. Time to return to the regular roads. We are south of Riverside. I don't think this is south of Riverside anymore. Yeah, I've driven away from the town. And remember, kids, if someone is driving on the left side of the road in Project Zomboid and they tell you he's Singaporean, please ignore him. This is Kentucky, USA. You should be driving on the right side of the road. The Riverside Auto Center. Free guns, free vehicles. Take from this side. A player made auto compound. Cars are towed from all corners of the map. And I guess with the player currently not online, it's a good opportunity for me to dump my excess guns here as well. Magazine. Ammunition. .44 9mm shotgun shells. Okay, for now, shotguns, rifles, double barrel. Do I still have any double barrel shotguns? Nope. Revolver, Magnum. There's still quite a number of space left. Might as well. Any other guns that I have in excess? I'm not going to give away the M16 rifle. M9. I still need a couple of M9 magazines for my own use, but I guess 7 should be more than enough. heading to the commercial strip along Riverside. See if there's anything I need to repair or replenish. Is this a normal concentration of zombies? Okay, looks normal to me. I guess I should stop being visible to the zombies. Don't want to attract an entire horde into the town. Okay, furniture is intact. Two tiles disassembled. Guess this should be all. Clothes store. Is there anything over here? Nope, it's just empty space. Would there be mannequins along the windows? No mannequins. Kitchen looks intact. I think I've repaired this a while ago. There shouldn't be anything behind. Okay, the post office. No chairs. Alright, building these metal crates didn't spoil any construction flags. And now with more storage just outside the post office, there will be enough space to dump all the books that I have for the benefit of future players. Dump. And if there's not enough space, the next crate. Wow, I filled out the second crate as well. Okay, last crate. Nothing much left. What else can I put inside? Out of the place, but more weapons will be welcomed by players. And maybe something else that will help them. I don't know. What else should I put inside here? I can't think of any. Alright, next spot to search and repair. Do I need to do anything about the hotel? But everything still looks intact. Perhaps there's one mannequin here. Yes? No? No mannequin? This office seems to be missing a water dispenser. Where would that be? Here. Okay, the pantry looks intact. The coffee machine is still there. It hasn't been disassembled. So what used to be here? Tables. No chairs. The only chair is for the club. Okay, and to replace the books that were removed from the reset. Tables and chairs look intact. Kitchen looks intact. Storage intact. Something I don't understand. When you kill a zombie, and you strip him of all his clothes and belongings, and you leave it out on the streets. Something unique to Riverside. Jewelers, windows looks barricaded. Did someone try to make this place their base? Did they break the construction flag? No, they didn't. Doors are messy, but the furniture and appliances are intact. Are there supposed to be cashier machines over here? Not too sure. Let me just reset the whole place and find out. Oh, no cashier. So everything's correct. Icing, rotten. Counters were dismantled or carried away. Restored. Mannequins. Mannequin? No mannequin? Mannequin? That means that the clothes on the mannequins were taken away. Okay, now they look better with the clothes on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Too many zombies. What's going on? Are they illegal zombies? 130. 130 zombies. Will I need to remove some of them? This is certainly a cluster, but it doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. I suppose it's the regular grouping. And excuse me, why are you all crowding around the driver's seat of the car? I can't get in. community center is open, then that would mean chances of zombies entering the compound is 100%. This looks like a crate for metalworking. Okay, that means I can offload some of my metalworking inventory. Welder mask. Do I have any more welder masks? 7. Okay. Welding rods. You don't really require that many welding rods for a metalworking project. Usually one would last you for quite a number of squares. It is the wire, the metal pipe, the metal bars. That's gonna be used up more. Unfortunately, these are the ones that take out the most weight. Six. Okay, I guess that will have to be it. There's not much space remaining. Scrap metal. You also wouldn't require that many scrap metal for a metalworking project, but it is still a necessary ingredient. Okay, I guess that's about it. Let's go on to somewhere else. Whoa. Okay, a large empty space with not many tables and chairs. The mannequins don't look natural. Why would there be mannequins in a church? Do not take this generator. If you steal the generator, you will not be able to use this tanker. By tanker, you are referring to the gas pump. Hmm? Police car? Was somebody here recently? Is the Gigamark intact? No, it's not. Somebody disassembled the plumbings. Is there supposed to be a trash can here? Yes. So there must have been another trash can here as well. The only thing missing from here seems to be chairs. Chairs. Okay, looks intact. Nothing's missing. And this must be the storage for car parts. If these crates have excess storage capacity, barbed wire, chipstone. Huh? Do I still have chipstone? I must have deleted my store. Okay, no chipstone. Doorknob. Door hinge. Denim strips. Duct tape. Electric wire. Nothing. Glue. I don't think I have glue. Leather strips. Someone took every leather strip. Graver bag. I have too much from all my construction projects. Metal pipe. Not much left. Metal bar. Surplus. Grim light bulb. I have lots. Metal sheet. Radio receiver, radio transmitter. Oh, okay. What else is here? Water dispenser. Blank. Pipe wrench. How many baseball bats do I have? I deleted all of them. Uh, Too bad. Hmm. I don't think I have a lot of equipment left to redistribute. Most of the other items that I have in the inventory can be easily deleted and replaced, except for those which are specially edited for events and such. Yeah, like 100 hammers. All I need to do is just have 100 new players spawning in the game, and I'll have 100 hammers. What else? Lug wrench, still also another common item. Yeah, nothing much left. Saw, do you even need it? Scalpel, screwdriver. Wait, why is there so many small lockers? Alright, no more crafted sphere. Shotgun. I should have given up most of my weapons. Okay, the rest are all favorited. Scrap electronics. Sandbag. Rope. Rib sheets. Oh, managed to accommodate everything. Thread. Sturdy stick. Stone. Okay, glad I didn't delete my stone. Small metal sheet. Did I had some earlier? Sheet rope. Now this I have lots. And it's already at maximum capacity. Screws. No, scrap wood. Scrap wood isn't used for anything. Why would there be someone keeping it? Why? Twigs. I've used up my twigs. Tree branch. Maximum. Unknown crits. Scissors. Cane. I think this would be a good crate to offload my hammers for no absolute reason. And the scissors can go into this crate. Maybe just keep one scissors for hair and beard styling. Read me. Hi player, nice base huh? This was made with the combined efforts of the community members of this town. This is a community center. Feel free to grab what you need. This is here to sever weary travelers, battered survivors, and vagabonds alike. Let me reiterate, this is not a base. This is a community center. Take what you need, but don't fill your van with shit and hoard it for a week until I find it in town somewhere and just bring it back here. Not that I don't mind a fun scavenger hunt, it's just annoying. Please seek refuge here. Enjoy your stay. And the rest of the text are cut off because it is just a sheet of paper, not a notebook. Well, this is a community center, alright. Someone rip off all those luxurious chairs from who knows where. Tiles, appliances. 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 Let's see if I can have anything. Rolling pin, kitchen knife, bowl of soup, chicken dinner. Battery. Yeah, I got lots of batteries. Cooking pot with water. Empty bowl 33. I guess there's not much I can contribute. In terms of food, I've already more or less distributed my cans. Yeah, can opener. Maybe another 5 more. Just flooding the place with hammers. Duffel bag? Will I still have duffel bags? No. All out of duffel bags. So what's in the crates? Clothing. What else? Flashlight. Yeah, I can afford to spare a few. Do I have any lighters left? No more lighters. Any more baseball bat? I think I ran out of baseball bats a while ago. There's not much I can give anymore. Fire pump 10 pack. I think I have some tomato paste to spare. Tortilla chips. Delete. Oil bag I can delete. Whoa! Where did they go? Where did they get all the consoles from? This is a bit too much. And these are furnitures. Crates full of furniture. Fireplace. Add fuel. No, I'm not gonna dump all 2,000 planks into the antique oven. Just gonna be putting in a few so that at least there's a few hours of fuel for burning in case anyone needs to escape the cold. Okay, I guess this should be enough. Whoops. A gym, a recreational center. I guess this could be where I store my barbell and dumbbell. Barbell. Dum. And the dumbbell can be here. Dumbbell. Store. You should store dumbbells on a dumbbell rack, not in a changing locker. Guess someone might not have the organized trade. Finally, what room is this? Note to stranger. Hi, welcome to the community center. I'm glad you felt like making this place like home for yourself. I'm sorry to tell you this, but this isn't really your home. Please feel free to use it as you like. But this is a community center built by members of the Riverside community for new players to get started like yourself. Kindly refrain from destroying things. Thanks. Written by Emerald Dylan. I guess this room is still unfurnished. The balcony, if you wish to smoke. Okay, let's go up to the third floor. I guess this is the veranda. A sauna. How much? Oh, the fireplace has no more fuel. Okay, this should be enough. And what? It's not a putting green, it's a putting gray. Okay, and I hope you like this tour of the Riverside Community Center, comprising of 2 church and a player built terrace house. Well, it's obviously player built because as you can see on the mini map, nothing shows up as a building. Wonderful creation. And what's this? A farm and a farmer's market? Or is this just a shed? Just a shed. Oh, okay. I guess I'll leave some of the car parts outside. Maybe not. Alright, time for me to go somewhere else. Looks like a fog is coming in. And since the fog is going to last for about 1 hour in real time, visibility and your viewing experience is going to be severely impacted. Let me try to reach a point of interest before the fog sets in. Welcome back, Simple. Ah! What's this car doing in the middle of the road? Are you a server spawn vehicle? Yes, you are a server spawn vehicle. Maybe I should move you off the road so that you stop being a roadblock. I guess I didn't repair the tires good enough to have a better handling. Okay, and we are close. We are close to where I want to be. This is a police car set piece to serve as a partial roadblock because technically speaking, there's nothing left up ahead. Zombies serve as a natural barrier for entry as well. Nobody want to enter a zombie infested road. Roadblocks, move to the side. And as you can see, this is the end of the road. Double layer fences. Nothing in the surroundings. There's roads, but nothing shows up on the minimap. This is the Build 41 works in progress locations. As you can see, I'm technically in the middle of nowhere. I'll just make this vehicle usable to the next player who decides to explore this area. A heavy fog is coming up. In about 5 minutes or so, I guess everything you see here will be just a cloud of white. I will understand if that's the time you decide to hop off the stream. So thank you for watching in advance. Subscribe, click the notification button to be informed of future content, and I hope the stream has been satisfactory. And if you are deciding to stay on, I'll be driving to the other side of the works in progress, show you a bit of what has been done on the Build 41 Death Legion server in terms of additional constructions in the out of bounds territory. I think this car can be removed. Vehicle quality 100. No hot wire. I guess nobody will be sad that it's disappeared. What? Someone was here killing zombies? When was that? When was the last time any player came to this place? And this is the new Uncharted town for Build 42. Well, at least the zombie count here isn't that restrictive. Just a few moving bodies every now and then. Still manageable for a regular player. Uh, this is too far out for anyone to use. Let's see if there's any items. Somebody try to drive all the way here. Sure looks like it. And this is where they stop after their engine, hood, windshield, headlights. Everything got destroyed. End of the line for a railway track. Huh? Wait a minute. How did I get onto this road? If the wire fence is blocking the road. What a great mystery! Yeah, I guess I came from here, right? Without a minimap for guidance, pretty much lost. good news is it is 8 a.m. in game, but it doesn't look like the fog is that heavy yet. Let's see if the fog intensifies in the next 10 minutes. Empty bucket, long beach curtain, sack, suitcase, nothing inside. Crate, engineer, large plant, long beach curtain, ranger pants. This seems like a server spawn vehicle. And I'm correct, it's a server spawn vehicle. So-called the survivor's vehicle. There are all the goodies that a regular player will be delighted at finding. However, this car is right in the middle of nowhere. It won't be found by a player that easily. But in any case, since it is not a roadblock, it can be safely left here as it is. If anyone needs a change of vehicle, then they will be happy to find that. Yes, driving around Kentucky do be like that. Miles and miles of nothing. Couldn't brake in time. And this is the farm area of Build 42. Not sure if this is Akron or Bradenburg. Just that it's not safe for the regular player. Since this is not This is not a place that is free of zombie spawns. If you were to decide to settle here, there is nothing to find here, so foraging is out of the question. Zombies spawn, and if you were to do trapping or farming, I'm not too sure trapping will work in a place where there's nothing, but pretty sure if you were to do farming, best it will be farming in the upper floors. Being on the ground floor isn't safe. No vehicles will spawn here. Default containers also will not spawn anything, so you are basically on your own. No respawns. You break your weapon, you can't find a weapon inside this territory. Farm on one side, trees on the other. Every single town populated with a tree. Good luck trying to chop your way through. And we have reached the end of Kentucky. Long way out from civilization. Okay, so this isn't really considered a tour of Build 42, but at least it is a tour of what you can see on Build 41 Death Legion. There aren't any players that choose to settle along this place. Right, and now I shall use an alternate path to get myself out of this place. If I can still remember where the path is supposed to be, I should be able to get myself out without teleporting. Well, it might look like I'm driving to nowhere, but these are the sand tiles I made for myself while trying to chart the course into the uncharted territory. Following these diamond tiles, stars in the night will bring me back to civilization. Unfortunately, because I didn't pave a road, it's all rough terrain, grass and greenery. Can't expect a lot of traction. Can't expect to reach top speed.
I swear to God, Christmas came too early for me. And I'm not really sure why Santa's giving me so many gifts. I've been a very, 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 very bad boy. I've said some horrible things this year. Everybody, if you don't believe it, me too. Oh, God, and most importantly, I've committed the greatest sin of them all. I've ridiculed, mocked, and roasted Nintendo, one of the most beloved gaming companies on the planet. But that's okay, I guess. Santa probably likes my shit. He's probably subscribed, so shout out to Santa. I'll be sure to leave some hash in the stockings for you. It's a beautiful day when you get to wake up and I smell all the bad Nintendo news out there. And I know what you're here for. You want that bad Nintendo news. Well, I'm gonna give it to you. Christmas came early for you too. By the way, thank you so much for the insane growth on the channel. We're nearing 119,000 subs. If we get to 120,000 before the end of the year, I will cut off my toes. There's so much going on right now. But the biggest bit of news that I want to report to you is Nintendo shares have dropped. So without wasting your time, I'm just going to bring the news right front and center for you to see. Nintendo shares slid as much as 4.7% to their lowest level since May. Way down by concerns that IC component prices, including memory chips, will erode its profit via Bloomberg. Well, if you haven't noticed, we're going through a RAM epidemic right now. Okay? It's called RAM for a reason. It's because the companies are ramming the price of these sticks up your ass. This RAM shortage affects all of us, though, of course, so I can't be celebrating. Oh, what the heck, I'll laugh anyway. Well, actually, no, I can. I bought my RAM upgrade earlier this year. No, for real, though. The AI bubble has to burst at some point, right? AI's takeover is causing RAM prices to shoot up to never-before-seen price hikes. So much so, specific tech companies are outright backing out of the RAM race, meaning less competition on the market, meaning more inflated prices, meaning a lot of people are going to be screwed over because computer components are not just for PC users, believe it or not, consoles use RAM too. Yeah, I know, shocker, wow. One of those consoles being the Switch. It's honestly one of the most concerning moments in tech history right now. Either AI could succeed and we'll never be able to afford RAM again, or AI fails and RAM hits its lowest price in history. Whatever outcome may happen, good luck to you, good luck to me. But I wish no luck to Nintendo. I hope they suffer. But is this share drop really related to RAM prices? Sort of. This comes to us from Tip Ranks. There's also a Bloomberg article on it, but I'd rather read this one, and it just came out today. Nintendo of America stock slipped on Wednesday despite positive coverage from a top Wall Street analyst. Everybody's always trying to cover Nintendo positively, because if you haven't noticed, if you cover them negatively, their fan base kind of loses their mind, so I don't blame them. 5-star Jefferies analyst Atul Goyal reiterated a buy rating and a $133 price target for Nintendo of America, suggesting a possible 79.17% upside for the shares. Investors will also note that Goyal had the highest price target for Nintendo stock among his peers. Would you look at that? I'll take your entire stock. Yeah. prove you can't trust anybody, not even analysts. I mean, even analysts are looking at their own stocks and trying to influence the news in a way that benefits their shareholder the most. Goyle's bullish. Goyle's bullish stance on Nintendo's stock is due to a few reasons, including sales growth for software and digital offerings. The analyst also highlighted the strong performance of the Nintendo Switch 2, which had sold 10.36 million units. However, some estimates claim the number is well above that. Investors that want to know the latest data will have to wait until Nintendo's next earnings report on February 2026 to get updated unit sales. Goyle did note that Nintendo had to adjust the price of the Switch 2. Even so, noted that these fluctuations were related to market conditions, Doug Bowser's favorite word, such as the ongoing trade war and component shortages due to the artificial intelligence boom, rather than representing issues at Nintendo. Nintendo's stock was down 1.32% on Wednesday, but was still up 28.1% year to date. The shares have also climbed 24.9% over the past 12 months. As noted by Goyle, Nintendo's strong 2025 performance is largely tied to the success of the Switch 2, which became the fastest selling console in history after its June launch. Turning to Wall Street, the analyst's consensus rating for Nintendo is hold, based on 4 buy, 2 hold, and 3 sell ratings over the past 3 months. With that comes the average NTDOF stock price target of $89.85. Representing a potential 20.99% upside for the shares. And another report over here on Invest. You can see Nintendo shares fell 2.6% on Wednesday and hit their lowest level since May. Yeah, we know that. But apparently, the company has lost roughly $14 billion in market value when earlier said, my people sorry. I love it. Nintendo losing money. It makes me feel so good. Yes. Nintendo losing money. This is such good news. Listen. Woo. That was like taking 3 whippets at once. Nintendo's latest share slump is drawing attention to a wider shift in the tech supply chain, as rising memory costs rippled through gaming hardware. Shares fell as much as 2.6% on Wednesday, reaching the lowest level during intraday after investors reacted to concerns that expensive components could weigh on profitability. The pressure reflects a global surge in prices for memory chips, the trend already affecting PC makers, and now moving to the console sector. Yeah, funny, console guys thought they weren't going to face this problem. But that just lets you know console peasants don't know shit about hardware. Bloomberg reports that for Nintendo, this means a more challenging cost environment, just as the Switch 2 enters a crucial sales phase during a highly competitive period. Memory costs rise, Nintendo faces a sharp jump in the cost of key parts used in the Switch 2. Market intelligence firm TrendForce reported that the 12-gig RAM modules required for the console rose 41% in the current quarter. Ooh, and guess what? Guess who gets to pay for that? Guess who's going to get the grand privilege of covering up for Nintendo's ass? You, the consumer. What did you think? What, you think Nintendo puts money away and saves for moments like this? No! They're going to increase the price of the console next year. I guarantee you it's going to happen. And yes, they're going to use this as an excuse, but it's an excuse that they were hoping for. This isn't going to slow down the sales of the Switch 2, Mike. I mean, if this thing was $800, it would probably still have the same level of success. When you think about it, there are parents out there who buy their kids $1,000 iPhones, so it's not out of the realm of possibility parents are going to be buying their kid $800 Switch 2s, if that ever happens. I mean, those parents probably shouldn't have kids in the first place, fuck them, but whatever.
What?
Storage used inside the device became nearly 8% more expensive. And that rise is also influencing the price of add-on storage cards. These increases matter because the console's built-in storage is limited. So many players rely on expandable memory to manage large game downloads effectively. Yeah, I mean, storage is definitely crucial for a device like the Switch 2. The company's share performance reflects these concerns. Nintendo's stock has dropped in 7 of the first 8 trading days of December. So 7 days so far, nothing but losses, erasing about 14 billion in market value. This decline comes as optimism around Switch 2 cools in the face of higher component costs and a global memory supply shortage. PC makers such as Dell Technologies Incorporated and HP Inc. have already warned that next year could bring price increases due to rising component costs. The trend points to an industry-wide squeeze rather than an isolated challenge for Nintendo. Right, but in my heart, I want them to struggle. I want them to suffer. I want them to lose sales because I hate Nintendo. And every day I'm on standby hoping they lose more money. I mean, reality is Nintendo's probably going to be on this planet longer than me. But in the time of living, I am going to soak up every bit of bad news and be the best leader possible. Over here on Nintendo Live, they talk a little bit more about it. The shortage explains the pricey state of microSD express cards, the only expandable storage method for Switch 2, which regularly sits at the best part of $200 for the B41 terabyte. I didn't even pay $200 for a 1 terabyte NVMe SSD. What the hell? And around $60 to $80 for the smaller 250. $60 for 200 fucking hell. That is ridiculous. I don't think I've ever paid that much for any bit of storage. This is effectively a cost that Nintendo has passed on to the gamer. No shit. What do you think they're gonna do? You think Nintendo wants to eat the cost? You think they care about consumers? You think they care about perception of the company? No. Nintendo could afford to take a loss as much as Sony, as much as Microsoft. But guess what? All three companies do not want to take a loss. They are afraid to take risks. They are afraid to deal with expenses. Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft basically treat their consumer base like DSP treats his viewers. They think of you as nothing more than a wallet. Like, all they view you as is cash. So if you're not a Switch 2 owner already, things are about to get really, really bad for you. Of course, the holiday season is near enough guaranteed to be a big one for Nintendo and Switch 2. Last month, the company upped its sales forecast from 15 million to 19 million Switch 2 sales by the end of the financial year, and its impressive start is nothing to be scoffed at. But consoles cost money to make, and if memory costs stay on the up and up, who knows what the company will need to do to keep its profits moving in the right direction. Bro, the price is going to go up, okay? That's it. The price is going to go up. You're screwed. They don't give two shits either, all right? Like, right now, Nintendo's in a position where a lot of the titles they released for the Switch 2 underperform in comparison to the previous titles that came before them. Now, I mean, in all fairness, a lot of that probably has to do with the fact that there's more Switch 1 owners, but regardless of that, a lot of Switch 2 games that did come out are also available on Switch 1. That included Pokemon Legends ZA, and that included Metroid Prime 4. Sales of Metroid Prime 4 in the UK was down 15% over Metroid Dread. Physical sales only, keep that in mind. It's relatively marginal, just a few thousand units. So this is concerning, but not for the reasons you may think. It's not like, hey, look, Metroid's on a downward spiral. Although, you can make that argument based on the quality of the title, but no, that's not the case. The case here is that Metroid isn't growing. Metroid as a franchise has been stagnant for like, the franchise just struggles to make the sales Nintendo wants. But when you look at how piss poor they promoted the title and how piss poor they managed it and how they treated it and all the changes they tried to make, you can see why Metroid isn't up there with like Mario or Zelda or Pokemon in sales. Although I would argue it's one of their better franchises. So for Nintendo down for a game that literally took them over 18 years to finally make, I don't think Nintendo's too happy. I think they're going to look at Metroid not growing and be like, you know what, now's the perfect opportunity to raise the price of Switch Online on people. Too bad, so sad. You should have bought more. That's how these companies treat you. So, you know, if you're down on your luck, if you're not feeling too happy, turn that frown upside down. Nintendo is taking a hit this holiday. 14 billion down? I mean, I'm pretty sure that gives you a boner just like it gives me one, but we can't touch, okay? Keep yours away from mine. Point it the other direction. Thank you. Now, with that being said, like, comment, share, and subscribe if you so choose to. To hell with Nintendo, suck a dick. And I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye.
We're talking about bad. This is everything that they stole.
Yeah.
And guess what? As we've said before, you can't go any place, anytime, that you're not going to check. So Dick's Sporting Goods knows that they're stealing because they're watching a systematic, organized theft ring called a football team.
Oh, the football team?
And not only did they steal 47 items, but ostensibly, they may have cost their team the championship and the football game. If these were starters or not, I can tell you that we were finisher.
Wait.
If these were starters or not, but I can tell you that we were finishers.
Oh, man. This guy.
We arrested them. We took them to the Juvenile Assessment Center, and we put them in lockup. But I want to introduce you to their coach. His name's Ramon. It's B41. So when we notified the coach who was responsible for them, you would think he would be interested in holding them accountable and responsible. Instead, he goes to the deputies and begs them not to take these young men into custody.
Right.
Arrest them, drop the charges, let them go. And then when we said that they go to Dick's Sporting Goods to the manager and said, "Oh, don't charge them, don't charge them." They were not making bubblegum, one piece to chew. They stole over $2,000 worth of products. 57 different products they stole. And then when it was evident that they were going to be arrested, the coach says, "Do you guys have anything better to do?" All these deputies, no. Don't you have anything better to do than arrest these kids? Oh, listen, I don't know how you do things in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, but in Polk County, Florida, we don't keep.
Man. Man, there we go.
for stealing, being a thief. So this
You want to hear it?
is part from thief.
It was.
The thoroughbred thieves. That's their choice. It's their
Thoroughbred. Bro, he even got it printed out. It says thoroughbred thieves.
choice. Jail. Stay them down. And we're actively ripping off big sporting goods. 47 items leaked out there. So at the end of the day, the message is
How are you
clear.
doing?
Not just in this Christmas season, but any time. All of these stores have cameras. We have relationships with all of these stores. If you come here to Polk County and steal, there's no notices to appear. There's no warnings. You're in handcuffs and taken to the county jail or taken to juvenile lockup.
This is what I see. Oh my God, that's how you handle it. Exactly, right? Yeah. Duh, there you go. Right? I mean, obviously, that's the way it should be. It shouldn't be any other way. Yeah, it should not even be any other way.
Period. You don't want to go to jail? You don't want to go to juvenile lockup? Don't steal.
Exactly. People should be accountable for what they do.
Choose to arrest you, you chose to be arrested.
That's right.
That's the way it is.
You fuck
That's
around.
the gauge. You're way off base here, buddy. We're way off base. You're the ultimate loser. If you've been coaching these kids upright, if you knew where they were, if you didn't allow them to Uber away, they would have played in a ballgame size. So you have a compare and contrast here. I can tell you, this is the heroes.
Those are the
Some of the team that did.
Oh, no way. He's going to show the team that beat them.
I'm proud of their 15-0 season.
That's good.
It's a great group of young men there. Yes, they're opponents tonight. Absent these 8 guys. Because you don't support the football field.
Enough. So basically, like, my policy on things is this guy. Yeah, it's pretty much just this guy. Yeah, there you go. Like, that's, yep, there you go.
Is there any questions?
Any questions?
Type of organized, something you see this time of year.
You know, we see them around the Christmas time.
Yeah, we're surprised.
For obvious reasons, there's a lot of people that need them for gifts in small order. I am hugely frustrated with this. The coaching, the supervision wasn't there. These kids wouldn't have been running wild. These kids knew better. Maybe you steal stuff in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania and get away with it. Hey, here's a note to people in Philadelphia, Pennsylania. If you hold kids accountable and responsible, and they know if they go in a store and steal, they're going to be held
They're going to stop doing it because they don't want to fuck their life up. Absolutely. Yep,
accountable, they don't do it.
that's right.
You have to see 8 kids from Polk County in a store this weekend steal. Did ya? There's 150,000 people in this county. And then you have a coach comes down there and tries to beg them out of it instead of holding them accountable. It's frustrating. But
Is Rakai different? Serious question. Well, if they had put Rakai in jail for stealing, I'd have said based. He's not. Like, I'm talking about, like, my personal opinion. Like, I don't think a lot of these guys, here's the thing, right? I don't think a lot of the guys that are stealing shit out of this, I don't think they're really probably bad people, but you just can't be stealing shit. You can't be stealing shit. So, like, I don't hate them. I don't think they're really bad people. I know, like, I've known people that have told me that they knew other people that have stolen things out of stores before. I know, I've heard of this. Sure. But at the end of the day, like, you can't be doing it.
I'm in Polk County is a 53-year low.
Oh, it's 53-year low for stealing shit? Damn, that's crazy. I wonder why. I wonder why. That's a mystery. Nobody can understand why. It's a mystery to everybody.
See if crime in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania is at a 53-year low.
It's also 2K versus Rakai's $15. Yeah, that's a poinsettia plant like that. It's like $7. Like, it, not that it's okay to do it, but, like, I mean, there's very obviously a scale here. But yeah, and there we go. How could he get these results line? Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. And you see,
Why is this room so crowded?
And you saw a video of Gideon done sheriff? No, I didn't see it at all. I've never heard of it. So anyway, I saw there was one person crying about this. Let me see if I can find it real quick. And where did it go? Yeah, here.
Why is this place so crowded?
Mugshots of juveniles. See, this guy, let's be honest, right? If you are going and looking at this, and the first thing that you think about is the fact that these kids are 17 or 16, and you're worried about them, and not the fact that they're stealing a bunch of shit, you are a retard. You are a retard, and if you were in control, everything would be worse. That's it. Maybe they're over 18. Well, maybe if they're not, who cares? Yeah, if you didn't
Are
want your
these
photo
clone
posted everywhere,
zombies or something
it's
else?
fiction. It's the reality. You shouldn't have been doing it. If you didn't want the bad thing to happen to you, then you shouldn't have done the thing to cause the bad thing to happen to you. That's it. Did you have the same logic that the is that rapist last night? Well, what do you mean? Why are they showing the names? Is the rapist? Oh, that kid. Yeah, you're right about that kid. No, that's a good point. You're absolutely right. They're sent to juvenile detention. They're definitely minors. Well, they're gonna. I think they should be minors in multiple ways. I think we need to get them to be breaking big rocks into little rocks, right? I mean, these are football players, right? These guys are in good shape. What are we doing having them sit around all day just eating cookies and shit? Like, they sitting around all day eating cookies and drinking apple juice over in the fucking correctional facility. Get them out there, give them a hammer, and have them break up some rocks or something. Yeah, like, we gotta do something. Yeah, back to the mines. Yeah, kids love Minecraft. Why don't you just put them to work? That's it. And don't do bad. Yeah, if you don't do bad things. If you don't have bad things done to you, exactly. If you can't post the minors, just post a picture of their parents on the news and say their kids are thieves. I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, all I'm saying is I think you should be able to post it. Who cares, right? And if somebody cries about it, then fuck them. But I am very, very, very happy to see this. I am. And oh my god, he's talking about how he's gonna lose weight. Doesn't even look real. Anyway, I'll read some of the comments and the replies on this because it should be funny. If they were white, they would have been given those items for free. So, this guy's got to be trolling, right? But yeah, he's got to be trolling. Like, it's funny. No, he's joking around. It's not a virtue signal here. No one cares about Sen. Their kids, give them their kids. Retard alert! Oh, retard alert! Watch out! Here we go. This is the mentality with the pretty bad behavior. If you have the money, you get away with bad behavior. But it's gotten to a new extreme now. Yeah, I know. And give them a citation and cut them loose. Oh no, you don't release the names of minors. Oh, I forgot it's Florida where they literally ban books. I think that we need to treat kids more harshly in the prison and the correctional system. I think we do. I think this entire idea that they're just kids, so we should let them do whatever they want. I think that's ridiculous. I think that if a kid's going out there committing crimes, like if you're doing an adult crime, then you need to be charged as an adult, right? I mean, like, maybe.
Bleach was here. Any beer can or glass bottle was me. Marshall was also here. Lol. Okay.
We need to have smaller prisons so we can have kids in the prison, right? I mean, maybe that's what we're going to have to do. So that maybe how are they going to learn? Yeah, exactly. And maybe we should lock their parents up too. That's a good idea. Yeah, lock the parents up at the same time. And it's not simple. Most gang violence is 16-year-olds. Yeah, they have. And the reason why a lot of kids do it is because they can get away with it, man. America's sheriff, exactly, bro. Like, I love to see this. And I am so fucking happy about this. And then it's on the website too. Wow. Well, there it is. And this is the way I think you handle this, right? This is that 100% you handle this the right way. Prison with mandatory class time? Yeah, exactly. The parent takes it. Yeah, not just reply to someone on X. The state of female characters in games does not disappoint. Well, I haven't seen it. I'll probably look at it soon. No, don't worry about it. Huge difference in the responsibility that should be expected from natural children to mid to upper teenagers. Exactly, yeah. Like, it's like 9 and 15. This is like a completely different universe, right? Even like 12 and 16 is a totally different universe. Like, whenever you're 16 versus 12, like, you're in two very different places in your life. So I think that really, if you just treat like anybody that's under 18 as if they're all the same, I mean, that's bullshit to me. So certainly be less school shootings if people are held accountable for their actions. Yeah, exactly. And I don't know why your brain isn't fully developed till 25. Well, I mean, you can say that to an extent, right? But like, there's plenty of people that don't have fully developed brains that have realized that they shouldn't be able to steal things out of a store. I mean, you don't need to be a genius to do that. You just have to be fucking awake, right?
Okay, so it seems like there's been a little bit of a situation going on in the HoloLive space, more so to do with the HoloLive Dev IS sister branch, whatever you want to call it, right? And yeah, obviously this is Ichijo Rurika, a member of the Regloss kind of subunit, and yeah, I mean, it seems like there's been some pretty crazy stuff going down with her VTuber model and her artist. Now, we don't know if she's been a part of, HoloLive for, I think, 2 years now, just over 2 years. So again, she's been around for a little while. And yeah, it seems like this kind of post, which was put up by the artist, obviously has actually kind of caught the attention of a lot of people. We've been getting over 10.3 million views since, obviously 6 to 7 hours ago. I'm not going to make that joke. I'm not 12 years old, I swear. It's pretty crazy because obviously as an English-speaking person, and I'm sure a lot of you guys are English, well, I hope you're English, obviously, because you're going to be understanding me. But again, a lot of people do not understand kind of Japanese, and what is going on. But thankfully, a lot of people are here to actually kind of explain it, and I kind of wanted to go through and explain this situation because it's a pretty crazy one. Now, people have been talking about this over on Kurosaji, and essentially, people are saying, from what I understand, reading some of the quote retweets, the dude crashed out because he disapproved of some of the behavior exhibited by Rurika, like getting drunk on stream or tweeting something weird or whatever unsafe shenanigans hollow men's usually get up to. Basically, he's being possessive of the design and thinks that the behaviors exhibited by Rurika's actress is inappropriate and unbecoming to the design and deviates from his own vision of how Ichijo Rurika is supposed to behave. So he deleted everything Rurika related, stopped taking any more work regarding Rurika, and demanded some changes from Cover and to correct Rurika. Cover obviously is protecting Rurika, so told him to pound sand. Now lawyers are involved. A lot is unclear and ongoing, but this dude is getting roasted in the quote retweets. Cover has put out a similarly vague statement, but affirmed that they will stand by Rurika no matter what and let her be herself. So yeah, obviously it seems like they are the artist behind the model, I think, and the design, I guess. I don't know if they're the actual specific model artist, but they've at least designed the character in general, right? And they're unhappy about some of the things that she's been getting up to over on Twitter and stuff, and not just Twitter, but also streams. There's been clips and stuff that I've seen also of her like jumping around like drunk and things like that on stream, which sometimes is a fun time for a lot of people, right? I think there's no problem with a streamer getting drunk on stream and just having a good time, right? But obviously a lot of people have some problems with that, and that's totally fine if you do. Some people dislike that, and everybody has their own kind of, I guess, preferences whenever it comes to a VTuber and how they act on stream. Because some people like the very, straightforward, like usual kind of, I guess, default VTuber, right? Where they're very nice and they more than likely put on a persona type thing. But some people do like the more crazy, ones that get drunk and, crash out on people, not like in a serious way, but, just kind of have a little bit of fun of things. But it seems like the artist for this design, isn't happy with how the character is being displayed, right? And it's weird. I think that obviously the artist is in the wrong for doing this. I think that obviously the artist can design, the actual design of the character however they want. But after that, and once it gets given to whoever and whatever they want, then they kind of have no say in it. And I think that is, how it should be. I don't think the artist should dictate who and, how this character is kind of presented, especially after all of this time, right? It's been 2 years. Sure, if you had a little bit of issue, like during like talent auditions or whatever, or, on their first debut, and you weren't really gelling with it, and you told them, hey, I don't really know about this. Sure, but it's been 2 years, right? It's been 2 whole years. You kind of knew, what she was like for a while. But now we're just deciding to come out of it and, say that you dislike it. I think that it's a little bit too late. I think it is a little bit too far gone. Because, again, if you think about any other VTuber in the space, not just, Rurika here, like even indie VTuber, how horrible would it be if a artist was to suddenly just go, I don't like how they're acting with my model, I'm going to take it, I'm going to, take down all of the posts that I've made of it and say that I dislike them using my model now, just because they dislike, what is going on. I think that it's pretty crazy, especially after how much time has passed. And, there's been a lot of people clowning on them, as I said, over on Twitter. People saying, apparently Rurika's artist doesn't like how the person behind Rurika is using her model, so the artist asked Cover to do something about it so that she fits the model's image. The discussions went sideways, and that the artist unfollowed Rurika and deleted all of her artwork. Saying this is probably one of the rare cases where the artist publicly disliked the VTuber using their model, but props to Cover for prioritizing their talents first and aiming to settle this instead of punishing Rurika for being herself. And yeah, obviously, Rurika is just being herself. Rurika is just doing what exactly, she set out to do and what she auditioned for. Obviously, it's not a surprise. It's not like she suddenly started acting differently. She's always been like that. But for some reason, they, decided to I guess, crash out about it. They say, what does Rurika even do that would fit her model? How is this even decided? What fits and doesn't fit? So we have no clue. Fans gave some speculative instances, but most of them are pretty tame to regular JP viewers, and no such things like political talks or anything insulting, and not even antis perform a solid narrative for this. And yeah, a lot of the stuff that I've seen, at least, it might come up in some of these quotes that we look at, but some of it is just like her getting drunk and things, which I do think is, it's people get drunk, they're an adult, they can do whatever the hell they want, and sometimes it can be fun on streams, that is stream content for a lot of people. Sure, it might be a little bit of unfitting, towards VTubers, but still, at the end of the day, they're allowed to do it, they're an adult, they can do what the hell they want, right? But yeah, we can go on. So this drama just boils down to, I don't like what Rurika is doing with my model design, even though it's been 2 years since debut, and ultimately I just provided this design. Also, I deleted all my Rurika works because of this, which obviously, yeah, they say, yikes, kind of cringe. 100% true, false ID here, adding a little bit of a translated version of this. Yeah, essentially saying that, they're requesting Cover Corporation to take action, correcting Ichijo Riku's statements and everything like that. Said there have been no personal interactions with us other than the post on X, and not even to our manager, as his statements are not true. As in fact, there have been cases in the past where orders are in place to a manager or staff at the request of the talent. So yeah, obviously this was like kind of like response to everything. Again, you know, we kind of covered the main part of it, but people are not happy. You know, fans are not happy with this and clowning on them for exactly what has gone on because again, it is incredibly odd behavior. You know, people like put a question mark. Again, it's very very odd. I don't know why the artists decided to do this, but again, yeah, they better be prepared for the lawsuit because again, Cover Corporation, are not like kind of you know, they're not going to back down for this. This is one of the clips I saw, by the way, saying during HoloLive's integer Rurika's and vulgar ring fit section, they were jokingly saying something like Nakamura gets mad again, but could it be possibly for real? We began discussions regarding future responses, but the discussions were suspended due to statements from the talents in question. And I think this is one of the clips that they were talking about. Obviously, you can see here that she's doing. Oh my god, that's a bit loud. She's doing a bit of bending over and stuff. But at the end of the day, I don't think it's anything that bad. It's just a funny kind of, you know, moment. And sure, maybe the artist was unhappy with that, or they don't like how it's being used. But it's not their decision. It's not their decision. It is the streamer's decision to do this, and also HoloLive's decision too. Because you've got to remember, it's not just Rurika that's just going crazy with this and going insane and out there. HoloLive is actively going like, yeah, there's nothing wrong with this. You're fine. Else they would be telling her, don't do this again, and she would stop doing it, which hasn't been the case. HoloLive have been totally fine with her acting this way, and been totally fine with what she's been doing on stream. But obviously, it's the artist that has the problem with it, which is obviously pretty interesting, right? And she's also like provided some other, or the artist provided some other things saying this post was intended to provide clarification in response to a situation where, due to the content of the broadcast stating no interactions were conducted with the manager in connection with image deletions and unfollowing actions, there had been a misunderstanding among people to the effect that there were no interactions whatsoever, including past orders and communications. Therefore, our side unilaterally deleted images solely due to the dissatisfaction with the character's persona. The discussion regarding this matter had been left unaddressed with no apologies or the like. Given these circumstances, we've been seeking cooperation from the other party for corrections. Furthermore, the main cause stems from the accumulation of these issues arising from interactions in past transactions on Cover Corp, and the request was for improvements in that regard. It was not intended to restrict activities of the talent. So again, obviously, apparently, I think they're trying to say that it's supposed to put pressure on Cover, and that it wasn't really supposed to be anything to put pressure on the talent. But I mean, what did you really expect making something like this? I mean, you're telling someone that they can't do something, you know, using your model thing. You're 100% restricting the actual talent themselves. If anything, you actually hurt the talent more than Cover. You know, if that was their original intent, right? So yeah, that's very, very interesting. Also, Cover Corp responding to this saying regarding post on X concerning our company and affiliated talents, and we sincerely thank you for the continued support of HoloLive Production, the VTuber agency operated by our company as well as our affiliated talents. On December 10th, 2025, an illustrator with whom our company has business dealings made a post on X mentioning our company and our affiliated talents. It is true that we're in discussion with the illustrators regarding this matter. There is a discrepancy in understanding concerning the references to the talent's actions. We are continuing discussions between parties involved, including this point. Our company believes that there are no circumstances attributable to the talent as described, and we will address this under our responsibility. We will continue to handle this matter, but please understand that we are unable to respond to individual inquiries regarding this case, including direct inquiries to the talent. Additionally, please refrain from spreading speculation about the talent, the illustrator, or other related parties based on this content or the post in question, as well as any defamation or slander. We deeply apologize for any concern this may cause you, but as a company, we will provide sufficient support to ensure that the talent's activities are not hindered. So, yeah, obviously that's what they have to say about it. Obviously, backing up their talent there. They seem that they are in discussions about things. So again, it'll be interesting to see what kind of comes out of this. If you know, they do take down this statement or something, what happens to Rurika? I'm sure Rurika will be fine, and I hope that, you know, obviously in the future she gets a artist that respects her a little bit more for her, you know, kind of talents and things. Because you know, I don't think that this artist is going to win in terms of her not using the model or whatever, or getting rid of it. I think that obviously she's going to continue using it, but I'm sure somewhere down the line, later down the line, maybe not as soon as possible, but at some point they might switch up artists or whatever to avoid any further conflict or whatever like that. So you know, I'm hoping that she finds an artist who actually likes her for being her, rather than, you know, trying to police and just be a little bit weird about how she's acting on stream and essentially throwing a tantrum about it over on Twitter and deleting all of the artwork and things. Very, very weird and very, very odd that they have suddenly done that. But yeah, that's essentially everything there is to do with the situation. I just kind of wanted to keep you guys up to date. As I said, it is a very, very, you know, confusing. It's very disjointed. It's very, you know, the posts everywhere. It's all in like Japanese and things. So it's hard to follow. So I hope that this video kind of gave you a little bit more of a condensed version and a little bit more of an understanding of what events have actually gone on and how people have replied to it, including Cover, including obviously this person, the artist as well. Again, also from Rurika's point of view, I forgot to add this. I haven't really seen many posts talking about it. She has been posting, but not really posting about the situation as of yet. So obviously that's probably under Cover's kind of, I guess, orders, right? So again, I'll keep you guys up to date if there's anything from Cover or anything from Rurika talking about the
DJ Astro. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a year. Jamie 7. Jamie7, have another stash for your troubles. A shooty, some food, toilet paper. It's cold out here. Lighters and ammo. I hope things are still there if you need them. Oh, and if you can drop some things in there, maybe have a spare container or bag to put it all in. That would be nice. Recently found a note that mentioned a Rosewood Community Center in a stash. Gotta go check it out. Maybe I can trade with some people there. Looking forward to getting at least a better weapon than this old axe. It definitely has seen better days. Haven't seen anyone in days. Went to the town nearby. It was completely devoid of life. Except for a few Zs, but that's to be expected. They are everywhere. Is there a page 2? There is a page 2! I still keep thinking about the time some random fella came by, driving and accidentally diverted a hawk chasing me. If you can read this, thanks. I really don't have much to say right now, except that I've been travelling for a really long distance. Went from Riverside to Mondraw. Right now I'm heading towards Rosewood to trade some stuff. I hope everybody here is friendly, haven't found anyone hostile yet, but I still have a minor fear of someone waiting to fill my head with enough lead to make it invisible to Superman. Yeah, I know his X-ray vision doesn't what? It's a cut off. Page 3. Every night I hear howling and barking, but I'm not able to track down the source. What I have tracked down are survivor corpses, looted, naked and cold. I buried them and gave them a properly farewell. But my shovel broke and I left the other one in the dark stash. The map is near the entrance of the town around here. Now I just put them to the other road and mark them on my map. If I can, I will come back to bury them so that they can rest in peace. Well, that's it for today. Someday I have enough material to fill out all these pages. May God bless you all, take care, and no man stuff, please run away if you must. Well, this is definitely a human written entry because there are 0 Rosewood Community Center by default. The Rosewood Community Center was built up brick by brick. Journal entry VJ Astro, Friday, September 13, 2024. I guess this is a real date. I just came from the town of Rosewood driving through. I'm currently exploring the entire map of Kentucky as my goal. I explored the fire station there and found out it is now a community center. It has many odds and ends helpful for any traveler. I found a marked map by a survivor named Jamie7. They mentioned how there is a stash in Marsh Ridge. Guess I'm headed there now and see what I can find for curiosity's sake. However, driving down the road, I came across this small cache of survival items from this Jamie7 person. They are a very kind person and I hope to meet them one day. Good luck to any travelers who find this note. Stay safe and fight the good fight. May Spifo bless you on your... Text is cut off once again. Okay, so September, he came around in December, which is like 3 months later. So 3 months later, what is DJ Astro's sentiment? It's been a while since I've been on these roads. It's not very often I visit Rosewood. I would say it's nice to see the town, but that would be a lie. I hear new survivors do tend to show up at Rosewood, but most end up perishing too soon by the looks of it. Once again, I am driving down these roads heading to Mondraw to hopefully find some ammo. I brought my guns with me hoping to decrease the local Zomboid population. I had some luck with the Rosewood police station, ending up finding some 9mm ammo. It's still cool to think the previous note I left here is still here, along with Jamie 7's note. I don't need the supplies myself, but I hope someday but I hope somebody will need it in case of emergencies. Maybe I'll drop more supplies whenever I can. Who knows, to the survivor reading this, good luck on your text is cut off. Well, you have just listened to some B41 lore written by players Jamie7 and player DJ Astro. I know Astro by name, but Jamie7 probably not. But glad to see them and their notes. For your information, this road does not lead to Moldrov immediately. It leads to more towards Marsh Ridge. Just like this road here, which I built. Maybe it wasn't me, but it's definitely built by someone. And this is the house they built. Guess all the cars are gone, either through the server glitch or being discovered by other players and driven off. And here's a note which says, "I'm sorry." Let's try to guess what this note is about. I'll give you 3 seconds. "I'm sorry to whoever's place this is. I took your blue car. I've been walking for a few hours and my van broke down." All part of the plan. Oh well. Time to move this yellow taxi into somewhere where the next player is able to make use of it. Well, if the owner of this house ever happens to return, he'll be in for a surprise. His blue car has turned yellow. Look. And now back to your regular radio broadcast.
Because again, it is very, very interesting. And if you guys did enjoy this video, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. Also, go to GameSubs, smoke good cards, get 10% off again. They've got a ton of really cool stuff over there. Definitely recommend checking it out. And we'll see you guys in the next one. So, see ya.
Welcome to Marsh Ridge.
This video is brought to you by Surfshark. Stick around here more for the special offer they're providing to the entire international. I cannot imagine figuring out how to raise a newborn without ChatGPT. That is an actual book for world's richest entrepreneurs. And today we're going to talk about why the entire product is based on is genuine garbage. Here we go. What is the actual purpose of ChatGPT or Gemini or whatever other large language model we're choosing to use right now? What's the reason they exist? Different people give different answers. Some might say efficiency or streamlining workflow. Others will say engagement. This allows people to make things or write things that otherwise would be able to. But right now, right here in today's video, I want to make the argument that there is no purpose. I want to make the argument that large language models are perfect, super clever, that these are a solution looking for problems that largely do not exist. Because of that mindset, pretty much every single one of them will inevitably fail. First things first, I want to play an advertisement from OpenAI, which is being absolutely spammed across my video feed and streaming services right now. Here it is.
Music? Am I gonna get copyright strike?
What's your first impression? It's commercial, so obviously the purpose is to entice customers or users. What's the actual message of that advertisement? Well, one of the more immediately obvious aspects is that there's a whole lot of words without ever actually telling you what happened. Text going across the screen sort of reads like a recipe, but it's not a recipe, and that becomes abundantly clear when you actually get a real one. This right here is a creamy garlic pasta recipe, and you see right from the very start is that there are portions, there's time frames, there's levels and descriptions of precisely how to achieve an end result. But if you then go back and look at the commercial, it has precisely none of that. Stripping away that completely uses filler content, which is supposed to be. What you really have, I should say, what you only have, is the name of a dish, nothing else. What this commercial successfully communicates is that ChatGPT is useful when it comes to basic ideation for you, but has absolutely zero value beyond that. Let's do a hypothetical here. Let's assume this is a real situation, which is obviously what the advertisement is going for, relatability. And then we'll go through step by step. Boy meets girl, boy wants to cook a meal. Instead of thinking about his own preferences, instead of thinking about what she may like, he asks ChatGPT, which gives him this output. Now what? Now he has to go find an actual recipe, because that's not what this is. He has to go find a real description of how to make pasta, using quantities, settings, timing, etc. And once he has all of that, then he can start buying and assembling ingredients. Let's say it goes well. He makes the pasta, the girl comes over, and then suddenly she says, "Wow, this is really good. Pasta is my favorite." To which he replies, "Haha, yeah, I know, that's why I picked it." No, because he didn't pick it. He's a passenger. He's a set of hands who asked a program to do the only creative thing involved, and then merely assembled that thing so that he could communicate a certain mindset to her. If you want to go one step further, he actually wasted time by using ChatGPT. He simply chose something that he personally enjoyed, or that he knew she enjoyed, and skipped right to the recipe stage. It would have been faster. And before someone tries to say, well, he can also ask ChatGPT for the recipe and the quantities, no, he cannot do that. Sadly, I have to do a bit of a summary for this part because a precise explanation would be like 6 hours long. The basic version is that large language models will always carry the risk of hallucination. These hallucinations can be limited, they can be reduced, but they can never be fully prevented. And coincidentally, cooking or recipes is a hotbed for that type of problem. It makes me wonder why they chose this type of commercial. If you don't have pre-existing knowledge of how recipes work, how to cook certain dishes, portion control, and what those dishes ought to taste like, because of how language models intrinsically operate, you must check every single aspect of whatever recipe it gives you, because the results could very well be horrendous. There's myriad examples of this directly happening, like disgusting, unhealthy, or even flatly dangerous recipe outputs. And without getting too far into the weeds, this is an advertisement from a company about their own product, where the product inserts itself into the decision-making process with the only effect of increasing labor and risk as it replaces basic decision-making by the user. That's not even a solution, and we're only just getting started. On a side note, also extremely relevant, I guess, given the current political atmosphere of the world, today's video sponsor is Surfshark. Surfshark is a VPN, virtual private network, and VPNs come with myriad benefits, such as helping prevent certain types of phishing attacks, DNS tunneling, DDoS attacks in particular, or mitigating data tracking/harvesting practices by all sorts of big tech companies. Over on the entertainment side of things, Surfshark unlocks additional content on streaming websites by changing your geographic region, and it also gets around regional censorship, helps protect your IP address with encryption, authentication, etc. However, they also have an important new feature, which is email scam checking for anyone who's interested in that. They operate 4,500 servers in 140 different locations, with a third-party verified public report authenticating that they do not keep any logs, which is one of the critical policies that the VPN needs to have. Also, they maintain what's called a orange canary, won't matter to a lot of people, I guess, but again, very good policy to have for a service like this. If you click the link down below, surfshark.com/echelon, use the code echelon, and check out, you get 4 extra months completely for free with special pricing offer. Again, link down below, surfshark.com/echelon, coupon code echelon, and check out for an extra 4 months of the service for free. Big thank you to Surfshark for sponsoring the channel. Back to it. Let me show you another clip, this time from an XAI hackathon, which is all about using AI models to integrate products with movies and television shows. Advertising, basically. I'm not going to beat around the bush here. This tool will never be used. It has no value. It's a weak attempt at replacing something that already exists, which is categorically superior in every single sense of the word what it tries to provide. It's called product placement, one of the more effective types of advertising. It's basically been around since the early 1900s. One example, there's a scene in iRobot where Will Smith gets a brand new set of Converse 2004 All-Stars, and then another scene later on where they get ruined and he gets all sad about it. Not always done super well, mind you, but product placement can be integrated with the very fabric of the film, attempting to attach specific brands or consumer items to the actual characters. One of my personal favorites is a guy named Sean Spencer from a show called Sight, where they would routinely promote food products. You can snack on stuff like Snyder pretzels or get really excited about chocolate milk, things like that. It was kind of fun. The point I'm getting at is that the thing this AI innovation is talking about already happens better than this program can even get close to. And it happens with intense levels of paperwork. There's licensing, brand deals, actors' rights, studios' rights, competing companies, and all sorts of detail-oriented negotiations about what gets said, what gets shown, how long, number of seconds, etc., etc. This AI tool is a worse version of things that already happen, operating in a legal minefield with compliance issues as it tries to shoehorn itself into the world for no other reason than simple AI hysteria. Well, it has AI in the name, it must be great. Long story short, it's garbage. The list of examples like that, shoehorning AI to every single industry or product, could almost go on forever, but probably the most amazing one is physical wearables, like the rabbit or humane AI units. This is becoming an entire genre, by the way. Pendants, wristwatches, all sorts of stuff where the AI model just listens and records everything around around it, and then tries to act like a calendar or a personal secretary. And maybe one of these will end up being useful someday. I can see glasses in particular being one of the products where decent implementation of AI could end up being useful. But the lion's share of these wearables right now are trying to replace the smartphone by doing things worse, slower, and with a higher rate of errors compared to the smartphone apps already do what a human user is very easily capable of. Just to be clear, I'm not making the argument that AI in general is useless. I'm making the argument that on a consumer level, it's seeking problems that don't exist. On an enterprise level, big companies, data-heavy tasks, that kind of thing. On an enterprise level, AI probably will have value someday. Even at a consumer level, as an augmentation inside existing software, it's begun serving a purpose. A great example would be in Photoshop, where tools like content-aware fill, generative fill, would be super convenient for editing photographs. But that's not new. It's just enhancement. Photoshop already existed. It already had less advanced versions of those very same functions before this for many years, which makes AI just a bit of frosting on the cake, if you will. It's not the batter. Even at an enterprise level, right now, according to MIT research, 95% of companies piloting or integrating AI are getting zero return. According to a prominent model evaluation of threat research, the BTR paper, the value of AI models on coders was initially negative, which is insane because coding is often regarded as the most promising test case right now. What I mean to say by all this is that the primary value that these programs really have, the most immediate, easily accessible, and freestanding purpose that they serve, is actually deception. Deepfakes, misinformation, illicit email generation, bot farms, ad fraud, cybersecurity risks, all of these things are exponentially easier and more profitable because of AI. But these aren't consumer-level solutions, they're problems. ChatGPT, in particular, and similar large language model programs as well, are seeking to be used for all sorts of novel purposes. The common thread is that they want to do the thinking for you. OpenAI has been given more resources in a shorter period of time than any other company in human history. Yet, what they've managed to produce is not helping people. Contrary to their corporate market drivel, it's replacing the human aspect of thinking and decision-making while detrimentally affecting pretty much the entire internet in the process. I'll go one step further, okay? It's not even just a solution looking for a problem. It's a problem demanding its own solutions. The negative impacts of large language models will persist aggressively. The positive counterbalance on the scales that they often use in marketing concepts and commercials simply has not materialized. OpenAI is now maneuvering to insert advertising inside ChatGPT, which is absolutely not the way to increase adoption. Pretty sure it's just pure desperation at this point since they're hemorrhaging billions of dollars per month. But even if they somehow stabilize the company, the product itself will never be what they want it to be. Circling back to the original advertising, ChatGPT is being held up as everything. Ask it when you're confused, ask it if you don't know, ask it for advice, and whatever else you can possibly think of. The only purpose it really serves is to replace with the basic decision making with the most homogenized answers possible because it's an amalgamation of everything straight from data training. If you want a particularly stunning example of this, Sam Altman, OpenAI founder, recently went on Jimmy Kimmel and literally said, I cannot imagine figuring out how to raise a newborn without ChatGPT. And just to be clear, the reason he feels bad about that type of question from the context of the clip is not because he feels bad about asking an AI how to be a parent. It's because he thinks the AI is, quote, genius level at everything intelligence, sitting there waiting to unravel the mysteries of humanity. And I'm not even joking, okay? Here's the context. Check it out.
And do you use ChatGPT when raising your day? I do. I feel kind of bad about it because I have this like genius level of everything intelligence sitting there, like waiting to unravel this. And I'm like, why does my kid stop dropping his keys on the floor and laughing? You don't know. It is. I don't know. I can't imagine. Like, figure out the reason for it. I'm trying to think really good from a problem. Guess what?
Sadly, ChatGPT and many of these other programs will continue existing. Cat's out of the bag on that one. But despite the persistent danger or the inherent risks associated with unchecked development of these programs and implementing them all over the social media landscape, I find myself incredibly hopeful when it comes to widespread user adoption. Because despite what these companies will say, they're not everything tools. They're functionally closer to nothing tools at this point, with an extremely limited scope of value. Not only that, which I've talked about in other videos, but sustained and frequent use of large language models in essay writing, according to MIT Lab, directly led to reduced brain function as well as EEG activity. So even if my arguments seem like the epitome of old man shouting at clouds or a Luddite argument, I guess, consider the fact that you may very well mentally cripple yourself by overly relying on these programs for daily tasks. Most, if not all, major language models right now are destined to fail. They will not make money. They will not replace our existing devices like smartphones. And the hype-driven promises will mostly fall apart more than people thought. However, sadly, we are most likely stuck with all of the downsides. The slop, the spam, the degradation of trust online, and the knowledge that anyone or anything can be fabricated isn't really going anywhere. Pandora's box doesn't close. But in the end, I find myself hopeful. Witnessing the birth of a product when the product's only purpose is to supplant human thinking, and then watching that product eventually fall into the gutter soon afterward. Unexpectedly, I might add, at the beginning, I was like, oh no, this is going to be a real persistent, ongoing problem. But it's, I don't know, it's oddly satisfying. And I feel good about seeing people largely seem to reject ChatGPT. That's awesome to see. And what I believe is happening right now is that ChatGPT and OpenAI are failing. That's it. If you want to support the channel, check out the links down below. Video sponsor, Surfshark with a special deal, of course. Locals at Patreon, channel memberships, and more, but I'll cut it there myself. As always, thank you all for watching. Question everything, and have a nice night.
Grok, is that true? Grok, is that true?
So apparently there was a big debate between Nick Fuentes and Piers Morgan. They debate an interview, and there's apparently like a ton of just stuff on it. So let's just go through it.
What did you say about that pigeon lady from the movie Below too? Well, because you do look like that pigeon lady, Pierce. You look exactly like that pigeon lady. What did you say I look like?
Oh, what the fuck is this? What the fuck am I getting into here?
It's just ridiculous. They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not black. It's really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would like these guys. It's simple.
Yikes.
What did you say?
Clarify what you meant there. That's all true. That's 100% true. Everything that's said in that clip is true. Including that blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. Yes. But all of
So, like, the thing is, though, man, that's crazy. I see what he's trying to say, though. So there's a lot of people that do believe that first part, because, again, a lot of the cultural power, like, projection of cultural power, like how, you know, you see all of these politicians basically shilling for Israel, bending the knee all the time for Israel. So, like, people believe that because of that. And it's kind of like what I said before, is that whole thing makes people actually believe that that's real, right? So we tackled the first one.
it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up.
Kind of. So, I mean, obviously he's being hyperbolic here, I think. But I don't seem to be in prison. I mean, from his point of view, if you were to consider, like, his worldview, right? So, again, not saying my worldview, but if you were to consider Nick Fuentes' worldview, from his position, he probably believes that feminism caused a lot of the issues. And to be honest, like, I would kind of agree with him with a lot of that. In that feminism has caused irreparable damage to the culture. Like, wouldn't we agree on that? So that's probably where he's coming from, right? And then, so anyway, so there's that part. You know, again, taking things in order to understand, right? So, okay, in order to understand people that say things like this, you have to understand where they're coming from. Because if you don't understand where they're coming from and you just basically call them crazy, there'll be a lot of people that do see sort of the pattern of where things are, where things are going, the pattern of what has actually occurred, and they will be more swayed to his side because of the amount that it's being shut down. Does that make sense? Like, the dismissal of, like, what he's saying in total, I think, leaves room for people to be like, well, why are you lying to me? Is my point there. And so, like, if you were to believe, right, like, if you're to consider, like, his belief system, if you're to believe that feminism was indeed, like, a destructive force societally, and I think a lot of people here would agree with that, him saying that women need to shut up makes sense under that context. And obviously he's roping in a lot of people that don't deserve to be in that sphere, but, like, he's kind of just collateraling everyone at this point, right? Because obviously, you know, there are people who are Jewish that have nothing to do with any of the power play going on, like, you know, globally. Obviously there's going to be people who are Jewish that have nothing to do with that. Obviously there's going to be women that don't like feminism, and obviously there's going to be black people that are like, yo, I'm oppressed by the crime, I fucking hate it. Like, obviously, right? And I think, like, he is just kind of, like, going for full scorched earth at this point. And I think that's where he's coming from, basically. So, like, I think the point at which he's wrong here, if you were to ask me, is that the brush that he's painting with is far too wide, basically, and that he's going to annihilate a lot of people that have nothing to do with the problem that he's speaking of. And I think that's, and the problem is that's going to turn people off immediately, just like the way that he says it. And, you know, obviously there's going to be people like, obviously there's going to be people like saying that, right? Because there is, again, like, some truth in what he's saying, right? So you're going to have a lot of people going like, Paris, you're just saying how it is, Paris, right? It's because of that. It's because what he's saying does have truth to it that other people are lying about to try to ignore that it even exists, right? So, again, why is it that a small country has such power over the United States that you have people saying, like Ted Cruz saying, like, I became a politician because I wanted to be Israel's biggest ally. Well, what the fuck? Right? And then you have a regular ass American people like, well, what? You vote for us? What the fuck are you talking about Israel? Right? And you have a lot of people like that that are like, what the fuck are you even fucking talking about right now? that causes the problem again. Like I said, people being like, oh, but what he's saying is kind of true.
Flight May died.
And then crime rates within
Flight May Riverside.
That doesn't mean everybody, right? The most anyway, that's that clip. If you're coming here, you're asking me for my take on it. I'm of course going to analyze it. I'm going to give a balanced take on it. I obviously don't agree with him in terms of painting with such a broad brush. But the problem is, okay, I can actually explain this perfectly. The problem here, the forces that be, like the Rainbow Mafia, you know, the race pushers, like all of these people, right? They have created a situation in which they have demonized straight white men for so long that it's only inevitable that there would be one to rise up to say, you know what? How about fuck you instead? How about we get together and we say fuck you too, right? And that is the inevitable outcome of all of this tribalism, all of this race peddling. It's so obvious that this is where it would lead, right? So you have a guy who's basically like, listen, if you're gonna be like that, I'm gonna look out for my people, and that is straight white men, and we're going to say fuck all of you, we don't care. And Dark says, and that's why it's based. Well, I'm not saying I don't think it's a good thing though, Darks. I don't think that it's a good thing, but again, like where else could it have gone? Like where else does it have to go but that? Because if you think about it, a lot of these people, they do hate white men. It's so obvious, like the way they talk about men, it's like the way they talk about white people, and then you have the groveling of like you know, white people who are sympathetic towards it, you know, getting on their fucking knees and begging for forgiveness, like paying money to go to struggle sessions where they just get told how they're racist the entire time. And it's like, and you have people who are white men who are like, I didn't do any of that shit. I have nothing to do with slavery. I have nothing to do with, you know, all of this like racism stuff. Why are you coming after me? And eventually they come to the conclusion that they're gonna come for me regardless. It doesn't matter how reasonable I am. So you know what? Let's play then. You want to play the game? Let's play the fucking game. And that's the issue. This was created by these fucking retards. These fucking diversity retards. They're the ones who caused it. Obviously Nick Fuentes would spawn eventually. Obviously. So like, you know, we're able to kind of analyze here where this comes from. And I think it's really important to do that. All right, let's see what else he has to say. I see what you guys mean. This is really fucking spicy shit. This is really, really spicy shit. I see why people were telling me they wanted me to look at it. Guys, this is my day off. You're giving me such a hard job today. Do you want to protest well, yeah, because none of it is about, guys, a lot of these people on the left, none of it is about principle. None of it is principled. It's all about power. It's all about power, and what they're seeing is the other side also only caring about power. Does that make sense? Once the game got turned into who cares about principles, I only care about power, it's inevitable that the other side, that the people who are on the receiving end of that would say, well, no, fuck you, we're going to wield power as well. An act of survival, says Imars. Yeah, exactly.
Nick Fuentes is that in parts of this interview, you try to come across as moderate, but every now and again the mask slips, and it's slipped again here with what you say about Hitler. There's nothing very fucking cool about Hitler. We know that from history now. We know what he did. You've already conceded that he murdered at least 6 million Jews. So when you say he's very fucking cool, do you remember what years ago?
Oh jeez, Chad. Oh jeez. You guys are really making me work for it today, aren't you?
This guy's disgusting. Why would you say this? Say this about someone who perpetrated such an evil?
It's
a real answer. Why do you? Is it just for clicks? Is it for money? Is it just for fun? For shits and
you can literally see him reading.
What is it? What motivates you to say something like Hitler was very fucking cool?
It's for this. It's for all of this. And the lack of self-awareness is amazing. You're a boomer. You're a 60-year-old boomer. And
so I don't know what he's gonna say, but this is what I was talking about before about definitions, right? So like not only like people will probably speak past each other in terms of definitions. So when he says that like Hitler was cool, what does he mean by that? Does he mean like aesthetically, charismatically? Because if you were to say is Hitler cool? Was Hitler cool? I think historically, if you were to like actually say like well in his life, was he cool? You would have to admit that he was a very charismatic individual. According to some definitions of like what cool means, you could say that he was charismatic, and to the Germans he was cool. So like within the context of the time that he was alive, he was probably cool to like most of the people that were around him. You could say that. You could also say that like even aesthetically, you could say that the Nazis had really cool uniforms because they did. That was the whole point. The whole point of like the way that the Nazis dressed themselves and like the fashion sense that they had, all of the things that they did in terms of like their stylistic choices were all to be cool specifically. So it's kind of like, was he cool in that sense? Sure, right?
we spent maybe 3 minutes on you saying, he's a really fucking monster, he incinerated people, and I'm sitting here saying it's not that serious, it's not that deep, and no, that's serious. Yeah, but let's hear what he says. Listen to the whole thing. Do you want to say more about him as a monster?
You're not kid yourself anymore. You're a teenager.
I know.
You're nearly 30, to be clear. Yeah. Okay? You're a formed adult who has a brain, and at some stage, the brain has taken you off the
Or is this a lecture? Can I respond to what you're saying?
I want you to explain why you think it's fine.
My mom brought me curry.
To say how fucking cool Hitler is. To dismiss the very powerful 90 seconds from a British journalist who lost a lot of family members to the Nazis. It's such a callous.
It doesn't have anything to do with it, though. I mean, this is like a feelings argument, right? So like, oh, you can't say that because it makes me feel bad. Like, I mean, like again, like what definition are we using? Like, is it a good thing that he killed a bunch of people? Obviously not. Obviously, the genocide is bad. Obviously, like all of the death and all of the the policies that were that led to a lot of suffering, those were bad, obviously. But you can like two things can be true at once. Hitler could be a bad person. He could have been a terrible person that killed a lot of people. That can be true. It can also be true that the aesthetic that they had was cool at the same time.
I think it's powerful. I think we've been hearing that our entire lives. Okay, the Schindler's List. Let's just be honest. The propaganda is over the top. We have been in America.
The Schindler's List. Tell me about the Schindler's List. What's something about the Schindler's List?
I'll tell you about it. We have been browbeaten as a people, as Americans, as Westerners, for our entire lives. And you know what this has done? It has taken away any sense of pride, any sense of love for our own civilization. We have been made the villain in our own story. We have been made this. Well, let's just be clear. It doesn't begin and end with Hitler is a monster. This has been the political narrative, which is why we've thrown open the borders. This is a political narrative, which is why we can't be a conservative society as a whole anymore. Why we can't be proud of Europeans. Why we can't be proud of being Christian. Because they've told us if you're too white and too proud and too Christian, it's going to lead to a Holocaust. And so
he's not wrong. He's not.
Generation of alive. He should be.
No, he's not. He's honestly.
It's not. Honestly, it's true. That's why that's why I'm blah because it's bullshit.
Listen,
it's a crop.
you just
Mom me dad. That's just shit.
listen. What you just said is a crock of shit, and you know
It's the open style.
in your gut, you know it is. You weaponize this stuff. You weaponize this stuff for money. You know when you say something else you just said.
Banking and credit cards. You know who you're talking to? Do it for money. By the way, how much money? By the way, that's $100 million. So your company's worth $100 million. I was banned from Bank of America.
And it shouldn't have been.
Processing credit cards.
It shouldn't have been.
I am. So don't tell me I'm doing it for money.
Ask me my opinion about that. I'll tell you shouldn't have been. Right? I don't agree with that. What happened?
Then don't say I'm doing it for money, because you know that.
Why is it like, man? Why is it anytime the Holocaust is a part of the question? It's like everyone, like all logic just comes out of the window. Like everybody's logic just fucking explodes. Like why does this happen? And I don't really necessarily mean this like from like only like the side of like people like Nick Quentin. I mean like everybody. Like everybody's fucking mind gets exploded. Like anytime you're talking about the Holocaust, you have people saying that like they used wooden doors, so like how could the gas like have been there? Like you just have like retarded fucking arguments like everywhere. Like anytime the Holocaust is brought up, it's like all of a sudden people's brains don't work anymore. It's so fucking weird.
Well, and you say it's how much money? I'd be like you. That's what they would say.
How much money are you making?
I'm making a lot of money now.
Yeah.
Now that I'm the #1 live streamer in America, because people agree with me more than they agree with you. We're tired of hearing about slavery and the Holocaust and Jim Crow. We're done hearing about that. You guys open
that
up.
part's true.
Hearing about that.
That part's true. People are fucking tired of it. People don't want to hear it anymore. It's been so it's like you have people who have nothing to do with Jim Crow, the Holocaust, people who weren't even alive during those times, and you have them being fucking constantly cudgeled over the head about it, and people are just fucking tired of it. Like obviously it's like, hey, I didn't fucking do anything. Why are you saying this to me? I had nothing to do with this. And people are just getting sick and tired of it, to be honest. For me, Comical says that World War II is when Western society was formed, and I can't fathom anyone buying into it unquestionably. The stupid thing is who's the ones who was it that defeated the Nazis? Who was it that decided to help Europe? It was Americans. We fucking went there. We spilled our own American blood over there to fucking stop it from happening. So why the fuck are people's... You have people, guys, you have people nowadays who are the ancestors of people who fucking died in World War II. You have those people, again, like their ancestors fucking bled in Europe, in a completely foreign fucking place and died. You have their children's children being told that they're fucking Nazis. Like how it's fucking ridiculous. Like it's so retarded. It's so beyond retarded.
Okay, well, your generation's on the way out, and Generation Z is coming up, and we're finished with that. We're ready to take our country.
Three sons, and they don't share your views. Slavery and a Holocaust. They could have decency and compassion and humanity. And that's some of the worst things that have happened in the last 150 years or more. So they can also have concerned views, issues on immigration and other issues. The two things are not mutually incompatible. You can have different views about different things. It's your lack of humanity.
And the truth is, and like this would sound a little bit callous, but I think it's true. Nobody really gives a fuck anymore. Like it happened so long ago, and like obviously the Holocaust was a terrible thing, but like bringing it up like almost 100 years later, it's just kind of like, well, why are we still talking about this? Like, what are we doing? Do you know what I mean? Like,
for people about things like the Holocaust.
Listen up, like Our country's getting fucked up. We're allowing all of these. We're allowing people into our country who have like a completely different culture than us because we have some kind of collective guilt about stuff that people have said that we did and stuff that we supposedly deserve. And it's like people are just so fucking tired of it. They just don't want to hear it anymore.
Slavery. It's that people find so contemptible. And I don't understand why you need to do that. Is it, again, I just asked you, is your motivation financial?
It's like
Is your motivation...
It's like a generational issue. Like I don't know, because like I totally understand like where Nick is coming from here, that people are just fed up with it. Like, hey, I had nothing to do with all that shit that happened. If you're gonna blame me for it, then fuck you, I don't care anymore. And that's literally like how a lot of people feel. And Piers is like I don't know what his thought.
What is the motivation for saying these outlandish things, which you don't need to say?
Oops.
So apparently there was a big debate between Nick.
Is treated like a religion. It is treated like a religion with dogma, with blasphemy laws, and that particular religion says, and you say that's a crock of shit. It's intentional. It's called the Open Society by Karl Popper. It's by these architects of the liberal order after World War II. They got together and they said, how can we make sure that Hitler never happens? How can we make sure that totalitarianism never happens again? And they came up with the consensus, which is that we need to take down nations, religions, fathers, the authoritarian personality. We need to be empathetic and altruistic. We need to be diverse and pluralistic. And that,
To be honest, I don't really know much about this. I don't know.
experiment isn't working. And I'll tell you the truth, right now, and you can laugh at this, you can scoff at this, our people are being genocided in our country. 50% of the live births in the United Kingdom and in the United States are non-white. In 100 years, my ancestors, your kids who are so empathetic and compassionate, they're going to be a minority. They're going to be a minority in maybe a Muslim country, an Indian country, an Hispanic country, and these Jewish people that are 100 years old talking about my grandparents and the Holocaust, they don't care about that. Actually, they like to see it. At the SPLC, they're literally counting down the days until whites are a minority in America. So forgive me if I don't believe them when they talk about compassion. There's a genocide going on right now. It's not against
How many Christians are there? How many Christians are there in the world? I mean,
point some billion.
Yeah, how many
billion.
How many Jews are there?
15 million.
Okay, so with a straight face, you're going to tell me the world is being overrun by the Jewry, by 15 million people, when there are over 1 billion Christians. There is a genocide of Christians like poor old Nick Fuentes.
Well, this is a bad argument because it's not really about numbers, it's about power, right? This is a bad argument.
What's going on?
Five years.
15 million Jews.
See, this attitude is why you're losing. When you say, who am I losing to? People.
Losing to.
You're seeing it. Mass migration. Oh, you're losing to me. We are losing as a civilization of mass migration. And here's the difference. In Israel, they have my politics. In Israel, they want to maintain a Jewish majority. If they had it their way, it would only be Jewish people. They're fighting like hell so that Jewish people can have as much territory, a Jewish state. They can be proudly Jewish in their own land. Whereas in America, we are being besieged by 10 million illegal immigrants in 4 years. And then whites.
And the thing is so there is two ways you can go about this. Like, America is kind of an interesting country because so America is founded, again, it is like, and this is just history, right? America was founded by Europeans that came over here, and they created America under their ideals. They allowed people to be a part of America that share in that ideology. So even if you don't want to go a racial angle with it, you can definitely go an ideological angle and say that they have been trying to destroy the culture and the identity of America for a long time. So again, even if you're not even talking about race, you're talking about strictly ideology, it also applies in that case.
The Christians are going to be the minority. And that's true in Canada, Australia, all the countries in Europe. So you can say there's 2 billion people, but what's the proportionality? What is the percentage of people being born that are white? Where's the arrow pointing? Where are we going to be in 50 years? In 50 years, there might be in Israel. In 50 years, there isn't going to be white.
You don't believe people should get married, right?
I think people should get married. I'm a Christian.
Basically anti-marriage, really. You've talked about this. You've talked about...
Are we done talking about white genocide?
I'm coming to the same part because...
Wow. All right. Man, this is a spicy fucking...
Yeah, and I shall subject myself to a conversation that breaks all Geneva Conventions off stream because it's time for me to end my online play. Well, appreciate you hanging out. Thank you for watching. So just a recap of today's stream. I was just goofing around, doing a set piece, trying to form up the skit that I would like to do for the final Rosewood Lucian. How do I spell it? And this would be the concluding the concluding episode to the mini series of the Rosewood Lucian will not be televised, in which I undo all the bad construction related to the Hanging Gardens of Rosewood. Uh, I won't be replacing it with a build of my own yet. I've not yet planned out the necessary architecture to do so. Building a sky bridge is easy. Building a sky bridge that's aesthetically pleasing and acceptable to the wider community would be a different challenge. So next stream related to this would be just resetting the house to its default state, understanding how much of inventory the previous owner collected, allegedly, legitimately. I cannot confirm or deny because I have insufficient proof. But for a single human being uh, to be cutting down trees, sawing logs into planks, making planks into floors, and building all across the Rosewood, he shouldn't be collecting as much items as he should have been. Well, why do I say that? It's because I've been a solo player with no mod functions, cutting down trees, laying planks, and collecting stuff. Uh, you might say it's a skill issue, but I beg to differ. But let's agree to disagree. And so, see you in the next stream. But until then, hope you found this stream to be satisfactory. Okay, I'll see you in the next stream. Tomorrow, will I be able to get things ready by tomorrow? I don't know. Maybe just watch the VOD. At least you can fast forward any undesired segments. But if you are able to join live, please do so. Let's have a conversation. Or not.